Fala, Dark, tudo bom? Passando só pra dar um oi. Oizinho, como é que tá? Ai, gente, vocês falaram tanto, mas tanto na outra live que eu vou chorar, que eu tô sentindo que eu não vou chorar, de tanto que vocês falaram que eu ia chorar. Fala, Polar, tudo bem com você? Como é que tá, neném? E o pressa travou para caraca. Alô, alô. O pior é que sempre que eu falo alô, alô, eu fico alô, alô, Marciano. Aqui. Mentira, amanhã é que é a live de karaokê, não vou cantar nada pra vocês hoje não. Fala, Tosh, tudo bem? Como é que você tá? Ai, se vocês me perguntarem com franqueza, eu estou com um pouquinho de dor de cabeça, mas é chorar, Toshi. Porque, tipo assim, o pessoal tá falando que esta é uma das histórias mais tristes que teve no Genshin. Fico assim, depois do negócio do Santuário Narukami lá, eu acho bem difícil ter uma parada um pouco mais triste, mas tudo bem. Eu tô com sono e com preguiça. E com um pouquinho de dor de cabeça. Mas aí eu tomei um remédio, a parada da dor de cabeça vai. Hoje a gente termina isso, nem que eu saia daqui 9 horas da noite. Finalmente vou conseguir ver live vontade de faltar à escola. Ô, Polarzita. Mas você tá bem, bebê? Você faltou por quê? Hoje é live da Oratrice Mecanismo da Analise Cardinal. Exatamente. Se o Genshin me ajudar assim e abrir, vai ser mais do que só a Oratrice Mecanismo da Analise Cardinal. Assim, tipo assim, eu espero, eu aguardo, eu anseio. Mas enquanto ele tá abrindo aqui, a gente vai conversando. O que aconteceu? Então, ainda nada. Ainda, tipo assim, ainda não aconteceu nada. Pelo visto, vai acontecer. Porque sempre que eu falo, eu vou fazer a missão de Fontaine, papapá, as pessoas viram pra mim, tipo, não só vocês aí do chat, mas meus amigos também. Ai, você vai chorar tanto, você vai gostar tanto da Furina. Eu tô tipo, será, amigo, que eu vou gostar nesse tanto assim que você tá falando que eu vou gostar? Não sei, não tô sabendo não. Tô sabendo não. Ah, ok. Parece que viveu. Parece que está viva a Furina aqui. Tá, deixa eu ver se eu consigo botar vocês pra verem aqui. Ok, o barulho da coisa vocês estão ouvindo. Foi? Foi? Tá, agora foi. É que hoje vai ter reunião e vão liberar mais cedo, então é melhor ficar em casa mesmo. Só que agora eu faltei 2 quintas e 2 sextas. Meu Deus do céu! Bom, se você for uma boa aluna, nada contra, né? Se for uma boa aluna, é isso que tá. Fala, Stai, tudo bom? Então, gente, é isso. Estamos aqui de braços abertos para modificar a história de Fontaine. Mudar a história de Fontaine para sempre. Vamos aqui nas missões. Hoje a gente vai direto pra missão. Hoje não tem nada, ó. Caçadores, profetas. Hoje a gente vai direto pra missão. E como o palco é todo da... Ai, eu sei que você é maravilhosa, Návia. Mas como o palco é todo da Dona Nave, da Dona Furina, vamos de Dona Furina, né? Boa tarde, eu não sei, eu ainda não chorei, eu acabei de começar. Peraí, ninja, peraí, faz isso comigo não. Vamos assim, ó. Que teoricamente ela ainda tá nessa forma aqui. Algumas coisas eu sei, porque tipo assim, né? Ela vai trocar de forma, vai perder o cabelo, alguma coisa vai acontecer. Isso eu sei porque, né? Eu peguei a personagem. Lindíssima falando nisso. Eu adoro a personalidade dela, apesar da personalidade dela ser meio aquela coisa de tipo. Olá! Será que eu sou sem coração? Eu não chorei, não. Pra mim, a nação com a melhor história é Inazuma. Então, melhor cenas? Sim, melhor história eu já discordo. Ah, ok, está aí. Olá, Zibs, como é que você está? Estou bem, e tu? Eu sou uma aluna boa. Quinta-feira eu faltei, quinta e sexta passada, porque os primeiros dias de aula não teria nada. Quinta-feira passada, semana passada ainda foi aquele treco de carnaval, né, e tudo mais. Então, tudo bem, a gente passa aquele paninho ainda. Ontem eu fui no médico e hoje eu faltei por conta da reunião. Ah, tá, justo. Eu tô com medo da minha voz estar mais baixa do que a voz da história, mas vamos ver. Eu acho que eu vou diminuir um cadinho aqui dentro do próprio jogo. Eu geralmente deixo no 3 ou no 4 e tá no 5. Eu vou deixar no 4, tá? Tá um volume bom o suficiente pra eu não ficar disputando o áudio com o negócio. Ah, meu Deus, menina trabalhadora. Salve, Adriano, boa tarde. Tá, eu já enrolei demais, já enrolei o suficiente. Ah, não, tudo bem. Eu sempre prefiro a história de Mondstadt também, mas é porque o Venti é o meu arconte favorito. Sabe? Tipo assim, eu não tiro. Desde que eu consegui pegar ele, eu não tirei a imagem dele daqui. Então, tipo assim, o Venti é o meu arconte favorito, ainda tá escondendo muita coisa na jogada lá. Eu quero que a Mihoyo Arroioverse. Eu consegui a baioneta versão passarinho. Consegui ela, é lindíssima. Eu vou ter utilidade pra ela na minha conta? Não faço ideia. Eu tenho de Luke e o Xiao. Então, tipo, né? Não faço ideia, mas vamos lá. Às vezes pode estar acontecendo nos lugares da missão atual para ela poder prosseguir. Você pode ver quais lugares estão ocupados no menu de missões. Mentira! Não pude nada! Não pude nada! Vocês não falam, este local está ocupado com missão... Vocês não falam isso! Até a Murata vir, Shogun Waifu. Você conseguiu a baioneta? Então, ela é de boa. Eu tô usando ela mais pra exploração do que qualquer outra coisa, porque eu não consegui buildar ela ainda. Eu não consegui... A única coisa que eu fiz foi o evento das lanternas lá naquele local novo. Eu fiz mais pelo Gamin. Acho que Gamin. Pelo Gamin do que por ela em si. E também pra ganhar gema. Coffee. Eu não terminei o modo história da... Ai, nossa, deu um tapão aqui no microfone. Eu não terminei o modo história das lanternas até hoje, ó. Tem que ver até quantos dias tem. Peraí. Quantos dias tem aqui? Eita porra, 2 dias pra terminar o modo história. Ok, é. Aqui foi, mas aqui, ó. Ainda tem 3 modos de história pra ir. Bom, enfim, vamos. Que hoje ou eu acabo essa missão ou eu acabo essa missão. Nossa, aquilo foi uma tristeza, velho. Nossa, eu tô achando a música alta pra um caralho. O pior é que a música pra vocês tá de boa, mas pra mim tá alta pra porra. Bom, enfim. E agora foi. Tô nervosa. Vamos deixar no automático. Joga, tá dando bastante gema. Ih, caíram no pau ali. A gente vai ver... Eita porra. Briga de titã.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
Eita porra.
It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Poisson.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
Tá. Peraí. O que ela teria a ver com a porra da tabuleta da profecia? Só porque ela tá desenhada lá? Tá certo que ela é uma arconte recente, tá? Só. O festival é o evento que mais dá gema no Genshin. Se bem que esse ano eu achei que deram bem menos. Deram bem menos, sim. Já. Não chorei ainda! Pare de perguntar! Viu? Me amem. Estou sacrificando meu tímpano por vocês. Tá, enfim, bora. Bora continuar aqui.
The prophecy?
Ela
The
sabe de
second
alguma
of these
coisa, né,
slates
véi?
depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Eita.
Forgive me
Porrada!
for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries.
Tô
You
entendendo
have
nada.
never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Nossa.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Mas precisava dessa patada?
Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Você é meu subordinado, você faz o que eu mando, entendeu? Cala a porra da boca. Meu Deus, Furina, qual foi? Tá chorando, né?
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Gente, que porra foi essa? Entra em live com seus lencinhos, só acho que se uma profecia aparece, uma profecia sinistra, quer dizer que ela está envolvida, só acho. Aí vocês estão me dando spoiler assim, tipo assim, diretamente? Precisava? Que isso? Precisava dessa lapada seca mesmo? Já estou jogando a bola pra você, tem que dublar esse diálogo só por essa risada. Tá bom? Porra, o pior é que agora eu já tô rindo, eu podia estar guardando essa risada. Tá bom. Ai, pior, eu ia falar, pô, pior que eu podia ter gravado. Jura? Jura que eu tô falando isso em live? Ai, eu sou muito panguá, velho. A Arconde tem que pôr o pau na mesa nessa hora. Nossa, ok, tá bom. Foi lapada sequíssima e olha que ela é Arconde d'água. Ela parece nervosa, ela parece estar escondendo alguma coisa. Vou botar que ela parece nervosa. Abre a porta, ô dragãozinho.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
É, tem coisa que não dá pra contar, né? Tipo, tem coisa que... tem coisa que não dá pra contar, que fica meio difícil. Acho que só perguntas não vão ser o suficiente. Precisamos fazer Furina entender a gravidade da situação.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Julgamento?
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such
Ah,
a scenario.
coitada, velho! Arcão de d'água.
I've seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
É, vamos precisar de ajuda pra cacete.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Eu já sei quem. Fatu e safado, não é? Ué? Do nada cortaram! Alguns dias depois, em um barco em algum lugar tranquilo, em Poisson. Se a Paimon fosse vilão no final do game, como você se sentiria? Traída? Tentaria salvá-la? Então, se ela se revelar como vilã no final, por que a gente salvaria ela? Né? Tipo, não tem muito sentido. Eu ainda acho que ela pode ter ligação com a vilã final do jogo. Mas eu não acho que ela é a vilã em si. Ela pode ser, tipo assim, uma filha, uma entidade que é vilã, coisa. Ou tipo assim, a vilã, só que criança também, porque ainda tem muita dessa coisa de dicotomia do tempo e papapá dentro do Genshin, que, tipo assim, as linhas temporais ficam meio bagunçadas. Então, a Paimon pode muito bem ser, sim, aquela deusa que impede você no início do jogo, né? Que força você a escolher entre um dos irmãos, que te impede. Só que menor, pequena, sabe? Que tá tentando fazer exatamente o mesmo caminho que o... esqueci o nome dele. Dansleaf. Falando nisso, esse ano ainda não teve a missão do Dansleaf, teve? Não, né? Se bem que o ano mal começou, a gente tá em fevereiro ainda. Tá no mesmo nível do Uni da Caverna do Dragão. É, exatamente. Sabe por que em Genshin ninguém permanece mal? Porque eles têm Arcon de... Ai. What are you even talking about this? You need to fucked up a wedding. Gente, deixa a Paimon falar.
That's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Eu sinto que a gente perdeu o diálogo da Paimon.
Disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
Por que eu sinto que perdemos parte de alguma coisa?
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Coitado do Freminet.
Me? No,
Freminet.
I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Ué, ele tá aí ou não
I
tá?
would cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Eita porra.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was
Ah,
a
Clorinda tá aí.
don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Clorinda, linda, gostosa, com a roupa. O designer do seu designer eu acho feio, mas você é linda, Vara.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right?
This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks.
Meu
to
Deus, eu
impress
sei
your
que
boss with in the future.
eu sei que tem muita gente que tipo, ai, o Genshin tem que parar de me dar a indicação de que duas gostosas vão se pegar. Puta que pariu. Paimon vilã, tá nas reuniões eu sou o Freminé, caralho. Dá 2 tapas na tua cara, filha. Eu, hein? Ela é a filha de um brasileiro com um estadunidense, por isso se chama Paimon. Ai, meu Deus, o Matheus tá com tudo. Qual é seu trabalho? Não vou falar em público. Essa é uma chance de praticar. Quem sabe vai que você aprende alguns truques chiques de oratória para impressionar o seu chefe no futuro.
And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Eu fui chamado de pentelho pela Arconde, né? A nave é da minha Clorinde, quero. Vou forçar você a falar em público.
Do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Freminet and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Conta, é uma caçada.
I'm afraid not.
Mas conta
You
sim.
may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Caralho.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today,
Meu Deus, quem é
the
Remus?
population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
Quem é Remus?
A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
Simples. Como atrair a Furina para ser jogada em um funeral? Que horror! Como atrair a Furina para ser para ser julgada em um tribunal? O Arconde, o pseudo-dragon aqui, vai convidar ela para ver um show deles três, enquanto elas duas armam a armadilha em si para pegar ela como ré. E a Traveler E é isso. De estabelecer um buraco negro com uma piada. Seria eu um deus? Não sei. Seria você um deus? Filho da... Sacanagem. Oi, tudo bem? Como é que você tá, querida? Da última vez que vi, era aquele instrumento de madeira que usavam para fazer pequenas embarcações se deslocarem na água. Remo. Ai! Ah! Parece que um instrumento para... Como é que você falou? Um instrumento de madeira que usam para fazer pequenas embarcações se deslocarem na água virou um rei.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you?
Poisson.
My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Putz, tô todo mundo enrolando os
I can't
serviços.
claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember
Isca.
that you liked those too, didn't you?
Já tá chamando pra brincar, oi?
And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
O que tá
I do
certo,
have
né?
one more question for you, monsieur.
Eita porra.
If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Freminé não tá entendendo nada.
Thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Ser que que senta em um trono exaltado. Meu Deus. Ok. Eu tô enrolando pra streamar. Eu devia estar fazendo live. Tá um vazio em casa que é o momento perfeito. Isso é Genshin, sim. Isso aqui é Genshin, sim. Cara, porque faz live de qualquer coisa. O importante é você conseguir começar, sabe? Não precisa ter um... Eu sei que às vezes tem uma estrutura elaborada, é bonitinho e tal, mas, tipo, feito é melhor que perfeito, sabe? Não assim, se você pensar que tem que tudo tá bom, é meio... Mas realmente, ajuda bastante não ter ninguém em casa pra você conseguir se estruturar e fazer as paradas melhor.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Uma metáfora de caça de Clorinda era só isso, uma metáfora. Vocês não chamariam isso de caça porque não é o que devemos fazer agora, nem em relação a vocês com a Furina chegou nesse nível problemático. Vai se fuder! Jura que a galera tá tão sem interpretação assim que teve que botar um aviso na tela? Jura? Ok, tá bom. O que vocês precisam são os segredos que ela tá guardando. Tentar tirar esses segredos dela é um sacrilégio desrespeitoso, mas deve ser feito para impedir Fontaine a fundo nas águas da profecia. Gente, ok, é tipo assim, eu pulei alguns diálogos, fui atrapalhada algumas vezes e tipo, eu tô fazendo essa história tipo uma vez por mês praticamente. Mas até eu entendi isso, eu não tô tão perdida nesse ponto. Jura que ele precisou reexplicar essa porra? Caralho, que confusão. Não há um caçador ou preso, mas deve haver uma armadilha. É tudo que vocês vão precisar. Jura? Então quer dizer que os filhos da mãe estavam falando sobre mim. Interessante. Muito interessante, viu? Tá, agora vamos sair de Poisson. Vamos sair de Poisson e vamos voltar pra onde a gente vai voltar? O que a gente precisa buscar? Ah, na parte de baixo mesmo, beleza. Nham, 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 nham. O jogo precisa colocar um aviso de que não é literal o que está sendo dito. Meu Deus do céu. Além de absorver o dano, o escudo também pode aumentar a resistência contra a interrupção do personagem. Ordem do Abismo. Os feiticeiros do Abismo que correm em muitos lugares são habilidosos na... Puxa vida, perdi o texto. Essas reuniões realmente me deixaram com fome.
Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Hyman thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Remine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Você se sente mais confiante depois da reunião, Paimon?
Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
É,
Oh, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
não, eu acho engraçado que, tipo assim, a Paimon, ah, legal, não, eu vou falar merda, mas a responsabilidade é sua, tá? E, nossa, eu sei que você consegue todas as coisas que você quer, né? Porra, Paimon, qual foi? Eu quero acreditar que o jogo fez de piada pra, tipo, brincar com a ingenuidade dos personagens. Será que é possível que os jogadores tendem a interpretar errado? Não sei, cara. Depois das coisas, tipo assim, depois que eu vi o que eu vejo do fandom nas redes sociais, eu não duvido de nada. Alguma coisa errada?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Não, não coloquei não.
Then what's that?
Xícara bonita.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Ah,
Who's that voice?
a mestra da Mona?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
É?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong.
Ah, ela é a Arconde! Ah, ela é a Arconde Hydro que se sacrificou pra salvar a floresta.
Just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Ela é a Arconde Hydro antiga, a Fossalors. A gente tá falando com a Furina. Ela é a Fossalors, que ela sacrificou uma parte da mente dela, se não me engano, pra poder selar o mal que corrompia Sumero. Isso é uma parte que tá um pouco mais abaixo de Sumero antes da chegada, que é tipo que faz uma parte que faz divisão entre Sumero e Fontaine. Aí ela foi lá junto com a Narida, que é a deusa da região, a arconde da região, pra selar. Tô falando pra vocês isso, mas tipo assim, é mais pra eu conseguir lembrar de cabeça também a história, tá? Quem é você? O que você quer com a gente?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Discípula de uma amiga? Então, essa é uma das amigas da mestre da Mona? A enigmática Anne na Sociedade de Feiticeiras? Permita-me te perguntar, a profecia de Fontaine vai acontecer?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
Tá, peraí. Essa aí é o espírito da Fossalors ou essa porra é a mestre da Mona? Porque não falou que é a mestre da Mona, falou que é amiga da... Ah, foda-se, eu vou parar de coisar, só vou botar a história rolando, caguei.
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
De novo disso, de destino? Realmente não tem exceções, né?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
O chá e a xícara parece ter chegado ao fim. Xícara muito bonita, aliás.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Eita.
All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Como é que você sabe? Ela só parou de falar. Que pista que você tá deixando pra gente, hein? A notícia inesperada leva a sentimentos complicados. Você fica deitada, foda-se, e quando você acorda aparece alguém do lado de fora.
What? I want to hear someone talking.
Pô, me deu vontade de bocejar. Esse bocejo nem foi bom, velho. Você tá ficando mais diligente, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Caraca.
I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Como você esteve nos últimos dias?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic.
Bom, vou comer agora também,
One
aproveitar.
journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Na verdade, alguém já falou com a gente.
Huh?
Você conta a Mona sobre a sua convidada misteriosa.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Oh, meu Deus. Botei biscoito da boca. Acho que ela veio pra trazer alguma mensagem.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Opa! Verdade, suas palavras eram mais como dica. Mas quando vamos perceber o valor do significado delas? Opa! Qual era a melhor resposta para minha pergunta? O que eu poderia ter recebido de resposta?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Não se preocupe, obrigada, Mona.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little.
I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Resumindo, a cidade vai mudar, né? Então vamos andar antes que acabe. Eu vou realmente andar, tá? Pela cidade. Eu creio que essa é a proposta que o jogo quer passar pra gente. Tipo assim, pra dar uma imersão maior e os caramba 4. Vamos realmente sair daqui andando. Eu vou andar. Tem como eu vir por aqui ou por aqui. Tanto faz, os dois caminhos vão dar na mesma. E eu já tô aqui. A frente da escada é aqui. Gasto menos estamina quando é alguém grande, né? Sim, eu vou usar a habilidade Anemo pra subir escada. Obrigada. Tem paciência, não. Onde tá o início da escada? Nossa, parabéns. Vamos só subir normal, né? Já estamos saindo? Já estamos saindo. Gente, que é isso? Vá para a banca de jornal. Ai, Asahi, como você tá? Ah, a banca de jornal não é embaixo, é em cima. Não, 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 não. Vamos andar normal, eu escalando. Vamos andar de fureka. Cadê a banca de jornal? Alô, banca de jornaleiro. Alguém apaga meu comentário, apaga. Que? Ah, tá! Tem problema não, eu já não tô ligando tanto pra se chamam assim ou não. Perde um pouco a imersão? Perde, mas e aí? Como é que está, Sarri? Relaxa, relaxa, tá tudo bem, tá tudo tranquilo. Os gemidos dos personagens são realmente muito suspeitos. Ai, o nome da gente tá escrito nesse jornal. O que tá acontecendo? Será que somos de... Sim, somos.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once...
Meu Deus! Meu Deus, tá no jornal. Tá no jornal que a gente foi preso!
Do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
Mano, a filha da puta colocou no jornal que nós foi presa, véi. Agora a gente não pode nem ter, como é que fala? Um histórico oculto. A filha da puta chamou a gente... Nossa, a filha da puta gritou aos céus que a gente foi presa, vagabunda. Agora arranjar emprego vai ser foda. Tá, chega. Parei de brincar com isso. Um pé na estrada eu vou botar, que já tá na hora de ir, com um lindo horizonte. Eu separei essa música pra cantar amanhã. Pera, você não se chama Esther mesmo? Meu mundo caiu. Eu me chamo Oblivion. O nome dela é... Mano, velho. O jornal cagueta do caralho.
The Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
Ainda é uma stalker.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
É, acredito que sim.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her.
Não perdoa! Ela botou seu histórico legal no jogo. Sabe o que eles estão fazendo? Isso aqui é covardia, tá, jogo? Sabe o que vocês estão fazendo? Vocês estão fazendo a gente interagir com o mundo e com a história da porcaria do mundo pra gente sofrer. Eu tô vendo essa jogadinha de vocês, seus desgraçados. Muito bem. Continue seguindo em frente. Calma, calma, ninja.
Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Ah, tá, eles entraram pela gente, beleza. Efeitos de aumenta a velocidade de ataque podem aumentar a velocidade dos ataques normais. Eu acho que isso está escrito no... A não ser que seja dito expressamente o contrário, esses efeitos geralmente só influenciam ataques normais. Velocidade de ataque normal, né? Caraca, esse jornal é da... Oh, meu Deus. Fé nas malucas, né? Fé nas malucas, nas doideiras, nas piradas. Não é das malucas que o tio gosta? Então... Que o tio foi foda, né? Não é das malucas que eles gostam? Então, é isso. Cutscene! Cutscene! Não é cutscene, não.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Ué, ele não esgotou ainda?
Delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
É, vai ver que as pessoas que comeram foram as que morreram, né? Tá, chega. Não podemos deixar ninguém chegar na nossa frente.
One slice of cake, please.
Nossa.
Someone showed up after all.
Parabéns!
Wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Você tá brava? Filho da mãe.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Nossa, que sutil, hein?
You know, like in the prophecy.
Puta que pariu, Paimon.
The prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Exatamente.
It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Não é? Carpe diem.
Huh.
Para de pensar no futuro, vai ficar triste, porra.
Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
Acho que todas elas se conhecem, né?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Ah, bonitinho. Não sei por que a voz dessa Sidney me lembra da Wise. Jura?
Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious
Não me lembra tanto, não.
Please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Tá, tem umas atenuações da voz dela que lembram, sim. Se a Wise parasse de fazer aquela voz assim...
All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Cara, esse bolo tá muito feio, a renderização desse bolo. Mas me deu uma vontade de comer bolo.
More delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
A Paimon é poucas ideias, ou tem zero empatia mesmo. Não, a Paimon é louca. Mano, pra que ela foi falar isso? Tipo, nossa, você está tendo um belo dia, não é mesmo? A sua rotina começou maravilhosa. E se caso isso acontecesse amanhã e você nunca mais pudesse ter a sua rotina, o que você faria? Porra, Paimon, qual foi? Deixa eu aproveitar o hoje, caralho. Carpe diem, minha popa. Carpe diem, santa miséria.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Não era pra gente estar fazendo coisa pra, tipo assim, missão e tudo mais? Ah, cortei caminho. Tem paciência não. Quebrei meu joelho na escada. Fala, charurote. Vou te comer na porrada, guria. Tu botou meu histórico. Vi sim, ó. Ó, cheguei aqui, ó. Pra te moer na porrada, guria. Bora, anda. Tu botou meu histórico pra jogo, meu histórico de polícia pra jogo, filha da mãe. Ah, isso aí. Podemos negociar uma divisão dos lucros? Uma divisão do caralho! Ela explanou vocês!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Nossa, isso aí. Compra Paimon com comida.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Meu Deus!
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen.
Meu Deus, ela quer botar a gente em tabloide. Você realmente quer me entrevistar?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
Hmm? And what's that?
If just for example, Fontaine were to be
Oh, meu Deus, ela quer botar todo mundo em depressão.
what you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
Não é?
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
Ela ia deixar a marca dela na história.
Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Ah, bonitinho o pensamento dela.
That's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Você também é comparável com comida?
So nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Todas as pessoas que estão perdidas na vida. Charlotte, filha da puta. Eita, tá, deu TP pra nós, beleza. Imagina, ah, nossa, não, agora vamos descer pra comprar um café. Não deu certo.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Ah, Paimon, para de depressão, cacete. O que foi?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Bom, você sabe voar.
Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
É aquilo, você sabe voar, você ia conseguir. Eu é que me foda, né? Mas tudo bem. Ah, tá, vamos deixar a Traveler responder. Se eu pudesse escolher entre o bem e o mal, ser ou não? Assim como a Charlotte disse, tentar considerar do nada o que fazer é inútil.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Até que o momento chegue, eu acho que eu vou continuar na jornada.
You mean, still traveling?
Aproveitando cada momento. Pois preciso dar uma olhada nesse mundo. Ah, tá. Então vamos lá. Aproveitar cada momento, sabe? Eu preciso verificar esse mundo ainda. Tudo nele.
Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Cala a boca, caralho. Imagina. As duas continuam conversando sobre isso conforme o tempo passa. Assim, a noite cai, vocês voltam ao seu alojamento e esse dia chega ao fim. Os próximos dias continuam calmos. Charlotte vem procurar vocês e faz entrevista dentro de Spina de Rosula, no Flan de Cendre. Návia tendo... Ai, meu Deus, paparazzi, foto, não, obrigada. Návia tendo terminado seus assuntos em Pochon, até passa pra tirar uma foto com vocês. Então, tudo está indo bem. Conhecer os hábitos e comportamentos dos diferentes tipos de peixe é uma habilidade necessária de todo pescador. Nas águas de Teivas existem peixes que só saem durante a noite. Olha que filho da puta. Charlotte, por que aquela filha da mãe não me matou? Peraí.
Feels like it'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Charlotte, ué, mas por que aquela filha da mãe não me matou? Ué, por que eu não matei ela? Será que eu não tava com fome? De novo bocejou. O pior é que, tipo, eu leio o bocejo. Minha vontade de bocejar. Desgraça de jogo. Nossa, veio de novo o bocejo, peraí. O pior é que amanhã eu vou estar assim o tempo todo. Bocejo é técnica de... Você forçar bocejo, vamos dizer assim, entre muitas aspas. É técnica de aquecimento vocal. Então, Parece que você vai pegar mofo se continuar por aqui tanto tempo. É.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're
Conversa, vou comer.
Harmonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillac sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
Mano, mentira que eu vou ter que ler o diálogo da Traveler assim que eu coloquei o biscoito na boca, tá? Então você acha que somos criminosas procuradas?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Ué, aconteceu algo?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Oh, meu Deus. Entendo a situação.
Good. Monsieur Nervillac sent me to tell you about this.
Nossa, a sombra da Paimon me deu um susto.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Você realmente entendeu bem rápido, né?
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
Pecado com a menina.
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Vejo que você se tornou uma detetive. Fez bem. Parece que aquelas histórias de detetive te afetaram.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
O jogo vai levar a gente até lá ou a gente tem que ir até lá, beleza? Poisson. Vamos todos para Poisson. Estátua dos Sete uma vez vigiaram a Terra com óculos elementais. Blá. Desde que...
Looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
O melhor é que, tipo assim... Nossa, esse local parece tão vazio. Parece que não tem mais ninguém. Exatamente, a Furina olhando pra ele. Não é realmente, Paimon, não tem mais ninguém aqui. Ninguém, né, Vicenzo? Tem mais ninguém aqui não, né, Vicenzo? Ô, Vicenzo, quer um guarda-chuva, Vicenzo?
Being too popular can be such a hassle.
Tá molhando em cima de você, Vicenzo.
Adore me so much.
Ó, tirando o Vicenzo, realmente não parece que tem mais nenhum NPC. Ali, o Vicenzo ali tá errado em tá aqui. Tem mais gente aqui? Não, só o Vicenzo que tá errado ali mesmo. Eita! Lady Furica.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is there all alone.
Cala a boca.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Ai, tadinha.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Ah, Furina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
Caralho, vocês aparecem igual uma assombração atrás da guria, até eu.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Ai, gente, eu tô com dó. Eu tô com muita dó, sério. Fala, Polar, voltou na hora de ter depressão. Vamos! Para de tentar parecer forte, Furina. Você realmente está totalmente devastada, não tá?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Ah, meu Deus.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Puta, a gente vai caçar... Nossa. A gente vai correr atrás dela mesmo? Eu tenho que ir. Não, beleza.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Ai, Furina, eu não sei se eu tô, pra que eu tô torcendo. Não sei se eu tô torcendo pra ela não ir ou pra ela ir. Não sei se eu tô torcendo pra Furina ou pra gente. Ai, que dó. O pior é que, tipo assim, caiu não, tá, gente? Tô aqui ainda. Caiu não. Eu fiquei realmente meio que caralho, velho. Ela vai precisar realmente se sacrificar porque, mano, tudo dá a entender que ou ela fica sozinha ou ela se sacrifica.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Esse lugar aqui não. Esse lugar aqui não parece ser a prova de som, não. Então, talvez você devesse falar mais baixo se você quer continuar escondida.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
That's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Imagino,
Is it an earthquake?
imagino que mais um desastre tá acontecendo.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Poxa! Fala, Shamira, tudo bom?
It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Será que a Furina chegou no limite dela? Agora que ela tá falando sobre os seus sentimentos verdadeiros, parece menos rígida. Vocês começam a falar entre si à medida que a Furina se acalma.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
Caralho, velho. Tô curtindo, até agora tô curtindo. Fala, Vimão, tudo bom? Como é que você tá? Não é terremoto, é só o estômago. Shhh. Para, não seja tão indelicado comigo, ninja. Pô, é só um terremotozinho, não foi meu estômago. Tô curtindo a missão, sim. Tô ficando triste, depressiva junto com a menina, mas eu tô curtindo, sim. Tipo assim, eu comecei a live assim, agora eu tô... Ah, é... Nossa, acontece, né, Furina?
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Mesmo assim, você não desistiu, né?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Mas também significa que toda esperança vai morrer.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, And so many people have already lost their lives.
Nada, eu tava terminando. Tinha dia que eu tava terminando a live muito cedo. Eu fiquei tipo, ai, ok. Quando não era internet, era compromisso de trabalho, saco. Eu tô bem, muito obrigada. Ai, estou ficando um pouquinho down com essa missão aqui, mas bora, é isso mesmo. O jogo tem que fazer isso mesmo.
But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Estamos ficando sem tempo. Não podemos voltar a estaca zero. Eu ainda tenho que conseguir mais informações dela. Furina, você não precisa carregar esse fardo sozinha. Eu não sei o que você está escondendo de todo mundo, mas o seu povo está disposto a carregar esse fardo com você. Se eu ganhasse uma moeda a cada menina de anime com franja de cabelo azul passasse por tanta depressão, eu tinha 2 moedas. Aqui não é muito, mas é estranho que aconteceu 2 vezes. É exatamente isso.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Mas mesmo que seu fardo não precise ser dividido, você ainda pode escolher alguém para desabafar. Pode me contar, eu sou o que chamam de testemunha.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes? In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Nossa, que cruel dizer isso.
If that's the case...
Não há tempo a perder. Por favor, Furina, desembucha, porra! Cutscene? Vai ser... Vai, foi a cutscene. Mas ela não falou nada. Ela não falou nada.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Porra, belíssima entrada. Obrigada, Linem. Mas ela não falou nada.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Mano, não, peraí, ela não falou nada.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Put.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Cala a boca, filho.
Now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Obrigada, meritíssimo.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Estávamos tão perto de fazer com que ela falasse a verdade. E mesmo assim acabou desse jeito no final. Mas tudo bem. Desde que a gente derrote a Farina no julgamento, ainda teremos uma chance de descobrir. Resumindo, depende de você, assunto que nem é teu, pela 20ª vez.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Eu quero essa imagem sem ter a legenda, cacete.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
Essas imagens estão muito legais, pra tipo, a gente nunca poder pegá-las de volta.
Has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome.
Não agradece não, menina.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Tá porra. Essas imagens estão muito legais, cara. Eu quero essas imagens.
Select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Desculpa sobre isso, a gente meio que te enganou lá. A Traveler tá muito triste.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Não, você tá errada.
Oh?
Minha missão era ter uma última chance. Era te dar uma última chance. Esperávamos que você compartilhasse seu segredo com a gente, antes da caixa chegar ao palco.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Meu Deus, gente, tá me deixando nervosa essa porra.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
A última coisa que podemos fazer agora é julgar ela. Mesmo assim, eu não consigo deixar de ficar incomodada com a conversa de mais cedo. O que a Florina quis me dizer logo antes de chegarmos ao palco?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Tem que levantar pra dar tchauzinho? Vocês não conseguem programar ela sentada dando tchauzinho, não?
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
É um presente bem útil. Eu jamais teria pensado em usar dessa forma.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Vamos lá.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Tá, isso aqui tá contando a parte das primeiras missões.
This is the first first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Tá, a condenação do Child. Isso aqui já é quando a gente...
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Durante a reunião diplomática com a Serva, ela revelou que já havia sondado Furina sozinha, acreditava ser possível não apenas que a Furina não fosse Arconde de verdade, mas que ela também esteja afligido com algum tipo de maldição.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
A entrada para o Mar Primordial está selada na zona proibida da fortaleza. E, recentemente, o Mar Primordial quase rompeu o selo. Ele foi apenas temporariamente suprido pelo poder de Neuvillette.
According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time.
Você viu o Child no mar em um sonho assim com uma baleia indescritivelmente gigante.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Návia caindo no mar. Tá, isso aqui foi há pouco tempo, beleza. Enquanto explorava as ruínas próximas a Porton, elas começaram a entrar em colapso. A nave caiu na água contendo água do Mar Primordial. Apenas a proteção de membros falecidos de Spina e de Rosula a preveniram de dissolver completamente.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Ok, até a Návia tudo bem, mas como é que você sabe dessa porra da hora do chá? Gente, tá, não, teve entrevista antes, né? É verdade. Tá, a gente mesmo caguetou isso, beleza. Foi furo de roteiro, não, Fui eu com a minha mente, foi meu com defasada. Minha mente defasada, foi furo de roteiro, não. Bruxa Anne se comunicou com você ao se conectar com o seu subconsciente. Com o seu consciente. Ela acredita que a profecia certamente acontecerá, mas não é preciso abandonar todas as esperanças. Tá, é isso? Tá, é isso. Vai começar aquela imagenzinha legal de Ace Attorney.
Prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
Meu Deus, foi ato falho.
Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
Eita.
Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Que isso? A gente falou com voz! Que isso? Isso é verdade, mas a minha acusação aqui não tem nada a ver com a sua atitude como Arconde. A gente falou com voz! Eu não precisei dublar eu mesma.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Eita! Entendi porque a gente tem voz. Ao invés disso, eu gostaria de te acusar como uma farsa, porque você nunca foi Marconde.
What was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives.
Mas ela tá,
What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
As pessoas apenas te veem como um arconte deles por senso comum, caralho.
I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Eu tenho que pensar com cuidado o que exatamente sabemos que é especial sobre a Furina. Irrelevante, irrelevante, irrelevante. Se comunicou com você ao se conectar no consciente. Ela acredita que a profecia certamente acontecerá, mas não é preciso abandonar todas as crenças e esperanças. Embora New Villette acredite que era inocente durante a reunião diplomática.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Como, por exemplo, uma maldição.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Não importa quem deu a informação pra gente, o que importa é a veracidade da questão.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Never sensed it too, huh?
Então, Furina, ao invés de um arconde, você é só uma humana amaldiçoada?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in the very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Espera, aquele julgamento provou o contrário. Furina não tem nenhum controle sobre a Oraquia. Como uma reviravolta do povo de Fontaine pode ser dissolvido pela água primordial? Ao longo dos anos, Barcher sequestrou e dissolveu muitas jovens para o seu experimento para tentar encontrar uma maneira de trazer de volta uma pessoa dissolvida. Condenação do Child.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
Então eu vou escolher esse aqui. Oh, meu Deus, era do Child, jura? Embora o New Villette acredite que Child era inocente, Oratrice... não, realmente, tá.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
É, pegaram ela... Nossa. Minha filha, subiram tua saia. Baixa ela aí.
You'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Eita porra.
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Claro, a gente ainda pode colocar a Oraquia de lado. Mas então, Furina, você poderia nos demonstrar o seu poder de Arconde?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Uma breve demonstração do seu poder Hydro deve ser inofensiva. Um Arconde pode, com certeza, pelo menos ter habilidades de um humano com visão, certo?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Carai, véi.
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now?
Se não pudermos provar que ela não é Arconde, podemos tentar provar que ela é só uma humana. E se ela é só uma humana... Caso do assassinato que se desenrolou durante a primeira apresentação de Lenny e Lynette na ópera, embora eles tenham sido absolvidos das acusações em si, suas identidades como agente da Casa de Lareira foram revelados, enquanto explorava as ruínas, apenas a proteção dos membros falecidos. A entrada do mar primordial está selada sobre a produção. Mar primordial, ela foi apenas temporariamente suprimida pelo poder do Nuvilete. Como uma reviravolta, o povo... Eu acho que é esse aqui.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Eita caralho. Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Mano...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
Ela... Cara, vocês são imbecis. Até a Furina não precisava ficar com medo disso. Eu não sei o que vai acontecer agora a seguir, mas tipo assim... Ela vai ser a única a ficar sozinha no povo da água, tipo, no meio da água. Eu sei que é por conta de, tipo...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Fala, Igor, seja muito bem-vindo. Como é que você está? Tudo bom? Foi mal os espirros aí, galera.
Miss Siegwin? If you are present, Miss Siegwin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegwin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegwin.
Vai, capeta, apresenta os negócios aí pra nós. Obrigada.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
É, te pegaram.
Thank you, Miss Siegwin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Mas o que tá acontecendo aqui? A Furina não podia não saber das consequências da água. Esse não é o jeito que ela geralmente age, a não ser que é mais importante pra ela manter as aparências do que salvar a própria vida. Estou mentalmente atropelado, fora de tudo normal, trampar. Ah, é com atendimento ao cliente é osso mesmo. Meu Deus do céu. Eu ia falar pra você sentar, relaxar, pegar um copinho aqui, mas a situação da missão aqui também é meio tensa. Tudo tá dando a crer que a Furina vai se ferrar muito. Mas ela não havia desistido de tudo há muito tempo?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Ué?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is...
Ué, eles não deixaram terminar, mas foi o julgamento dela. Ah, ela é culpada. Não tá errada a profecia, né?
The oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Ela permanecerá no trono sozinha, independente do que acontecer. A profecia não tá errada. Ai, cara. A profecia não tá errada, né?
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Não pode ser. A Orakia declarou Furina inocente?
No. The oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty.
Arconde Hydro. Isso tudo era pra provar que ela não era uma Arconde. Então, a Arconde Hydro culpada.
To be punished via the death sentence.
Pô, peraí! Não. Não. Peraí. Eu sei que, tipo, Genshin realmente não mata ninguém, mas... Oi? Tipo... Oi?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Mano, extra, extra, Vasco anuncia novo membro da campista.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences.
Mano, já parou pra pensar que, tipo assim... Eles... Cara... Se realmente acontecer deles matarem a Furina agora... Cara... Eles vão matar como se fosse, tipo assim, uma celebridade muito importante por conta de uma acusação que eles nem sabem se realmente é verídica ou não, sabe? Porque a máquina acabou de falar, a Arconde Hydro foi culpada e deve morrer. Cara...
Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
O mais estranho é que, ao invés de Furina, a Auráquia julgou a sentença para Arconde Hydro.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Cutscene? Eu não consigo nem falar cutscene feliz, porque, porra, a personagem vai morrer.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Ih, Fremine.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Ninguém liga. Por que vocês estão falando? A menina vai morrer. Com a ajuda de algum outro fatu e Fremine entrega a tableta de pedra no palco. Ah, a primeira. Nossa, que tableta bonita.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Ah, peraí, como é que ele entrou na água? Naquela água em específica estava cheio de mar primordial e o garoto é de Fontaine. Puta... Ah, tá, ok, foda-se, vai.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
Foda-se o furo de roteiro, vai, só...
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Não se preocupa, não foi resolvido ainda.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Mostra pra nós de pertinho, deixa nós checar. Isso parece... a Arconde Hydro anterior liberando seu poder divino, transformando as Oceanides em seres humanos.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Tá, até aí, tipo, a gente já sabia que... Tanto é que as pessoas, os descendentes foram dissolvidos porque eles eram parte do mar primordial, beleza. Mas, e foda-se.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Uma associação entre o conteúdo das tabuletas e os eventos da vida real.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Ah, ué. Selecione para checar as descrições da tableta de pedra para extrair informações cruciais dela. Você poderá encontrar cenários relacionados aos conteúdos das tabuletas de pedra e sobre os incidentes no caderno de anotações da entrevista. Ah, então a gente vai ter que associar. Ah, tá, o de sempre. Segue o roteiro guia, é bem isso. À medida em que o processo de verificação continua, o nível da água nascente na interface irá aumentar. Quando você estiver terminado de verificar todas as tabuletas de pedra, a verdade por trás da profecia será revelada.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Návia.
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
A placa da profecia nas ruínas mostrando a profecia descreve uma história do futuro. A primeira peça, originalmente desaparecida, foi encontrada por Fremine. Parece mostrar a antiga Arcon de Hydro usando seu poder divino para transformar Oceanides em pessoas. Ah, a gente não tem como trocar, a gente só vai verificar a verdade. Como uma reviravolta, o povo da Oceanide pode ser dissolvido pela água do mar primordial ao longo de anos. Vasher sequestrou e dissolveu muitas jovens nos seus experimentos para tentar encontrar uma maneira de trazer de volta a sua amada esposa dissolvida. Placa mostrando, parece mostrar a antiga Arcon de Hydro usando seu poder divino para transformar Oceanides em pessoas, tá? Embora Nivelete acredite que Shield é inocente, a Oratriz joga o culpado. A entrada do mar primordial está sob a zona proibida. Quando explotado, a nave caiu no mar contendo... Não, isso aqui é isso aqui de baixo. Bruxa se comunicou com você. Ela acredita que a profecia certamente acontecerá, mas não é possível abandonar as esperanças. Após o tribunal provar que Furina não era arcondeado, o veredito mostra que... Cara, eu só consigo esse aqui. Tá certo? É.
That Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Porque elas não são realmente pessoas, são Oceanides de fato. A placa da profecia das ruínas mostrando a profecia descreve uma história do futuro. Essa é a segunda placa. Ela mostra Celestia flutuando no céu e Arcon de Hydro e o seu povo a venerando, mas os céus ainda não a julgaram. Embora acreditasse que Shield era inocente, Orakill o jogou como culpado. A entrada do mar primordial. Após o tribunal provar.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Uma sentença jamais proferida anteriormente no tribunal foi entregue a Arcon de Hydro. Que tipo de pecado merece tal veredito? A placa da Profecia das Ruínas mostra uma profecia que descreve uma história do futuro, que essa é a terceira placa. Ela mostra a Arcondiaidra afundando no mar cercada de muitas pessoas. Isso aí foi a nave, eu não preciso nem verificar.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
As imagens estão muito bonitinhas. Primeira missão, essa última missão de agora, e a missão anterior a essa. Primeira missão, terceira missão, quarta missão. Essa aqui. A placa preferida das ruínas descreve uma história do futuro. Ela mostra uma cena que é basicamente idêntica à descrita circulada por Fontaine. Os habitantes de Fontaine serão eventualmente dissolvidos na água e a Arcondiaidra ficará sozinha sentada em seu trono chorando.
That doesn't sound quite right. Let's think about this some more.
Ah, ok, errei agora. Embora New Villette acredite que Shield era inocente, também não? Então é do New Villette? A entrada do Mar Primordial está selada na Zona Proibida Fortaleza Nananã, que recentemente quase rompeu. Ele foi apenas temporariamente suprimido pelo New Villette.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Até agora eu tinha entendido essa última.
Primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
Então é melhor você virar uma oceanide do que você morrer. Porque teoricamente oceanides vivem muito mais do que humanos. Né? Teoricamente. Eu só fiz 2 julgamentos errados. De resto, tipo assim, os outros 10 eu acertei.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Eu não sei como. Eu realmente não sei como.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it.
Me explica então, Paimon.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
A primeira tabuleta de pedra revela que os habitantes de Fontaine não são humanos.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
Cara, mas a primeira vez que Ok.
Not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
A segunda tabuleta de pedra revela que o crime da Arcondiaidro foi ela ter criado os habitantes de Fontaine a partir das Oceanides.
And it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
the Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Quanto à terceira tabuleta, ainda estou convencida de que ela devia vir depois da quarta.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
A quarta tabuleta demonstra a profecia sendo cumprida da forma que todos nós já sabemos.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Oh, meu Deus. Você não precisa de minha ajuda pra isso não, né?
Well, did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Cutscene! Não, tá bom, aqui.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
Eita porra, então ela tacou foda-se.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Mas e se as crianças forem híbridas? Tipo, as crianças tiver, tipo, sei lá, a Lynette tiver um filho com alguém de Liui, Gamin, tanto faz, e nascer uma criança, ela ainda assim seria corruptível pelo mar, pelo mar primordial? Isso não tá fazendo muito sentido. Oratriz, mecanista, analista, cardinal. Dane-se o mundo, eu não me chamo Raimunda, exatamente.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Botaram isso aí só de palhaçada, né? Só pra mostrar que você é fodão.
The Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
É, isso aí, tipo, antes de você, seu pai, seu avô, seu tataravô, seu tatataravô, seu papapá. Como são mímicos de Oceanid, provavelmente não daria filhos, por serem de espécies diferentes. Pois é, mas na teoria tem pessoas. Eu não sei se isso é um furo ou. Eu não lembro. Eu lembro que tinha um NPC que, tipo assim, ele era filho de um forasteiro.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Permanecendo em ignorância não vai fazer com que você não se foda pro mar primordial, amor.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
É 1/37 Oceanide.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Então elas estão certas? O que a terceira tabuleta deveria representar?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than oceanids.
É que todos os indivíduos demonstrados na água são humanos ao invés de oceanídeos.
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Putz! Fala, Kent, tudo bom? Então, se me perguntasse, eu lembro que você já apareceu aqui na live antes. Mas, tipo, você me perguntar coisas específicas, eu não vou lembrar, não, porque eu sou um peixinho. Eu como minha própria mente. Como existe a Conde d'Água? Mas se humanos são 70% d'água... Bom, se existe a Conde d'Água... Ai, Conde... Ai, tá. Não pode ser. Então, tipo assim, a gente...
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Né, a Furina tava tentando fugir, tipo, de vocês
I
morrerem.
think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
Vocês estão exatamente cumprindo a profecia.
in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Parece que não há mais uma forma de sair disso.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Já? Tá, espera aí. Isso é... Se lasquem de verde e amarelo, exatamente. Prova definitiva. Qual é exatamente a fonte da catástrofe?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Tá, isso tá errado. Um caso de assassinato que desenrolou durante a primeira apresentação de Linné e Lynette na ópera, embora eles tenham sido dissolvidos Tenho quase certeza que é sobre a baleia. Você viu o Shield flutuando no mar.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Eita! Nani the fuck? Cutscene? Cutscene! Todo mundo vai morrer! Ui! Não, na verdade vai todo mundo pra forma original. O quê? Ué? Ué, só porque a gente falou que você existe, agora você tá aí? Que porra é essa? Mano! Ué, o próprio Shield? Mano, a visão do Shield tá com a gente ainda. Puta que pariu! Sabe-se lá quantos dias ele tá lutando com uma ilusão, mano. Caralho, sabe-se lá quanto tempo ele tá lutando com uma... Nossa! Puta que pariu, eu tinha esquecido do Shield. Shield, foda-se. Eu tinha esquecido dele, cara.
That was way too close. How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Isso mesmo. Eu apostaria que também é aquela que o Shield viu quando ele era jovem.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Mano, que porra. Tá, foda-se. Eu não vou tentar. Eu não vou mais tentar entender. Se eu ganhasse uma moeda cada vez que o Shield interrompeu um julgamento, eu teria 2 moedas, o que não é muito. Mas é estranho que tenha acontecido 2 vezes, oh porra. Quantas vezes usaremos esse meme hoje? Quantas?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for
Quantas vezes usaremos esse meme hoje? Sim, a resposta é só sim.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Peraí. Quê? Quando a Arconte Hydro criou seus primeiros habitantes, os primeiros humanos oceanídeos, a população de Fontaine, ela fez com que suas vasculaturas, que porra é uma vasculatura, se envolvesse com a água do mar primordial? Que porra é uma vasculatura? Não, dá licença. É, exatamente, mas que porra é essa? Ah, vocês têm que ouvir também. Deixa eu botar aqui pra ver. Ok, Google. Não? Vamos ver se o Google me responde. Ok, Google. O que é a palavra vasculatura?
Aqui está a definição de vasculatura, rede vascular de órgão ou estrutura.
Não me respondeu porra nenhuma. Beleza. Obrigada, Google. Obrigada, Google. Ok, Google. Ok, Google. Obrigada.
Eu é que agradeço.
Ah, que bonitinha. Ela é educada também. Tá, bora. Vasculatura. É isso aí, gente. Eu também não entendi.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Ah, tá, entendi. É tipo como se ela fosse a presa natural do... A presa não. Resumindo, essa baleia é a predadora natural das oceanídeos, que também são, né, os nossos cidadãos. Portanto, quando ela deixou o mar primordial, ela decidiu fazer uma parada em uma casa de ópera cheia de comida da forma de habitantes.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Obrigada por se fuder, Shield. É isso aí. Ela evitando que o Google se revolte contra ela. Sim, isso mesmo. Eu sou um buraco, eu posso muito bem comer toda a humanidade, mas, tipo assim, é melhor evitar a fadiga, né? Se eu ganhasse uma moeda pra toda vez que um comentário da moeda fosse feito nesse chat, eu teria 2 moedas, o que não é muito. Mas é estranho que tenha acontecido 3 vezes nesse chat. A comida, como sempre, sendo o centro de tudo, exatamente. Fala, meu, tudo bom? Boa tarde, querida.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Como assim?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Puto, vai se fuder. É o quê, minha nobre? Nada, não é nada não. Tudo bem comigo também, obrigada. Eu estou ótima.
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Depois de tudo, mesmo assim, acabou dessa forma. A gente não conseguiu lutar contra o destino. Espera, mas se tudo isso é sobre o destino...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
O pessoal do chat tá se comportando sim, graças a Deus. Quando eles veem que eles falam merda, eles próprios apagam. Tá bonitinho, Miel. Você educou muito bem o chat, parabéns. Será que, mesmo se a profecia for cumprida, ainda existe uma forma de salvar todo mundo? Será que eu perdi alguma coisa? Ah, espera. Eu esqueci sobre a Furina. O que ela queria dizer pra mim naquele último instante dentro da caixa gigante. Eu quero essas imagens pra mim! É isso que eu queria dizer. Será que era o verdadeiro segredo dela? Cutscene! Cutscene! Cutscene!
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No, I still need answers.
Oxe. Oh, não dá coisa de missãozinha completada, vai pro caralho. Termina essa porra. Hoje a gente termina esse... Oh, meu Deus do céu, deu barulhinho de... Puta que pariu. Eu tô me comportando razoavelmente bem. Não causei nenhum trauma na Esther hoje. Tipo, do dia do dinossauro. Não vou nem comentar. Se o Matt Murdock ou Saul Goodman estivessem nesse tribunal, nada disso teria acontecido, não é? Não é verdade? Pois é. Mas não adianta, cara. Genshin tem que botar as coisas mais simples do mundo serem super complicadas. Que orgulho desse chat, sim. Ai, cara. Anda logo, carrega. Bonita essa roupa, viu?
You
Deixa eu botar.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress. to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the
Caralho, que merda!
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Nossa, cara, tadinha. Nossa, velho, que dó, velho. Até falei baixo aqui agora. Eu entrei em contato com... Ai, 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 ai. Eu entrei em contato com as lágrimas da Furina. Se eu estou me lembrando corretamente, as lágrimas continham as emoções mais fortes de um ser. Nossa, ok. Hackeou pela lágrima. Hackeou a emoção da... Não, tá, foda-se. É Genshin, caguei. Tô braba. Fiquei muito brava. Essas meninas já sofrem. Bastava a última na quarta que perdeu os amigos. É. Ai. Com uma sensitividade hydro suficiente. Com uma sensibilidade hydro forte, eu posso formar uma conexão emocional assim como eu fiz com a Oceanite da fonte da Lucine. Espera. Será que esse é o mundo interior da Furina? Furina, o que você tá fazendo no palco? Espera um pouco. Aquela não deve ser a Furina. Talvez seja uma reflexão do seu interior. Se ela puder falar diretamente com esse eu... se eu puder falar diretamente com esse eu da Furina, talvez eu consiga saber o que eu queira. Eu vim aqui em busca de respostas. De qualquer forma, essa oportunidade não deve ser perdida. Tá, eu vou tentar falar com ela. Oh, meu Deus. É a versão preta, né? Peraí, só pra gente não se confundir. É. Não, é a versão branca. Beleza. Partiu, Furina. Eu podia chegar perto de você. Ok.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Qual é? Sou eu.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Você viu o que apareceu aqui? Não olhe pra mim, não olhe pra mim. Que porra foi essa? Não vejo nenhuma plateia aqui. Só deixe as luzes do palco se apagarem, por favor. Só por um segundo. Ai, não. Ai, mano. Para. Velho. Caralho. Puta que pariu, tá.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Tem algo errado. Até no coração dela, ela ainda tá atuando o papel de arconde. Que tipo de determinação ela deve ter ao ponto de seu interior e inconsciente terem essa defesa impenetrável? Eu tenho que encontrar uma maneira. Mano, eu sinto que... Caralho. Eu sinto que... Nossa. Ai, que ódio. Tá, enfim, bora. Tem que apagar as luzes do palco, né?
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ai, tomei porrada.
Ow! Watch out! Hey there! Coming at ya!
Eu vou deixar pra desativar esse aqui por último.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
Shower me with praise! Hey there! Ha, coming at ya!
Eu vim com um time horrível. Passar por esse trauma tinha antes de determinar. Para, porra! Eu tô séria aqui, velho. Tô emo, não me faz rir, não. Bora, Furina. Bora descansar dessa merda toda. Os holofotes desligaram. No coração da Furina deve ter simbolismos nos olhos do povo. Ah, peraí. Devem ter simbolizado os olhos do povo dela. Falando nisso, eu recebi algum sinal. Será que era a voz dela de verdade? Ah, um ingresso. Como é que isso acabou aqui? É pra eu me sentar? De qualquer forma, parece que o show está prestes a começar. Nesse caso, me mostre como você se sente, Furina. Ato 1, perante o espelho, Furina. É, eu vou ter que ler. Cadê a Traveler? Não deu conflito, né? É, a gente só pode andar. Ai, é um espelho, não é um trono. Tá, fudeu, vai, bora. Nossa, tá até pesada a minha respiração, velho.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
A Furina é aquela coisa de tipo assim. Nossa, ok. É... Ai, minha terapia depois dessa. É... A Furina é aquela parada de tipo assim. Nossa, eu fiquei tanto tempo atuando na minha própria vida que eu me perdi no personagem. Nossa, que coisa triste, cara.
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Mais? Porra, mais do que já sou... Nossa.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Conversação de Furina, ato 2. Nossa, eu tô mal? Furina Angel Dust, sim. Nossa, ok. Eita, eu não posso trocar de roupa, tá? Ah, porque ela já tá disfarçada como deusa, tá? Nossa, cada passinho desse é uma tortura diferente, caralho. Tá? Quando você atua e finge por tanto tempo que acredita ser verdade, eu sinto muito pela Furina, assim, tá bom. Ah, é porque eu tinha que dar a volta no palco e subir certinho, né? Ok, eu fui moleque. Eu tô emocionada, fui moleque.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Reunir coragem.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Exibir sinceridade.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Encerrar com cordialidade.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Caralho, velho. Ah, ok, Matheus, vai lá.
Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
Nossa, que vontade de socar todas essas pessoas. Puta que pariu. Vai fazer o evento do MasterChef? Tem esse evento?
Seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Atuar com fé inabalável.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Atuar com exagero.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Finalizar de forma impactante.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Ato 3, Ópera Epiclese Furina. Eu não sei se eu vou fazer esse evento hoje, Toshi. Ah, ela acordou. Ah, eu posso correr. É, correr eu não posso, né? Mas tudo bem. Como se fosse a casa da Furina. Ah, eu não posso sair, ó. Tá, mas eu não quero olhar o centro do palco agora não. Deixa eu dar uma respirada. Ok. Ah, mas não tem nada de interessante, né? São só, tipo, partes do cenário mesmo. Beleza. É só composição pra dizer que é a casa dela. Ok. É, exatamente. Tá um misto.
Here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Ai, tá. A gente vai passar por todos esse negócio. Beleza.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Nossa, ok. E a gente só se fode, yay! Ah.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports.
As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Nossa, cara, que merda. Ela tinha um traço de esperança toda vez que algum humano podia fazer algo que ela só podia... Ai, nossa, que bosta.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Ato 4, Ópera Eclipse Furina. É o 4, né? É o 4, é o 4.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Eu realmente não sei mais o que comentar com vocês, gente. Só, tipo... Ato 5, Ópera Eclipse Furina. E ela ainda tá, tipo, pesquisando um jeito de deter. Reunindo arquivo. Tudo isso pra porra nenhuma. Dias e dias e anos e décadas e milênios. Ato, eu não sei nem contar isso em números romanos.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria.
Nossa, puta que pariu!
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
Ela tá chorando, não tá? Pelo tom de voz.
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Puta que pariu, que merda.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Mais séculos e séculos à frente. Forina e...
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Caralho, velho. Essa voz é a minha voz? Peraí. Essa cena é de quando a gente estava na caixa mágica gigante? Isso é ótimo. Eu não achei que essa cena ia ser reproduzida no mundo interior dela. Eu vou descobrir o que ela queria me dizer, então.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged to...
Cadê os dias de glória, porra? Exatamente, só tem os dias de luta. Cadê a porra dos dias de glória? Admito pra vocês que eu tô dando uma choradinha, assim. Aquela bem discreta.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish.
Ai, caralho.
But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Caralho, ela vai levar até o túmulo essa merda.
Farina doesn't know the truth. You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
Ela.
It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
What?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Eu não sei porque eles não traduziram pra dragão Hydron, mas tudo bem.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years. is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Ah, para.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
No final das contas... Nossa, peraí. No final das contas deu certo, né?
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervilette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Dragon Hydro, don't cry. Obrigada, Furina, por tudo que você fez. A partir de agora, por favor, viva alegremente como uma humana, exatamente como a gente queria.
Ex Nouvellette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Ô, começa a falar não, velho. Começou a chover, que coisa assim. Tá chovendo pra caralho. Malditos ninjas, né? Eu devia ter tirado o negócio, porque agora a gente vai perder parte da missão de novo.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that.
Eita porra, vamos foder a baleia.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Você obteve poder agora?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Peraí, eu?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all...
Fode a baleia! Porra, Zivis.
The hour of execution has come.
Fode a baleia! Ai, caralho. Nossa, véi, que papo merda, bicho. Ainda bem que acabou essa missão. Puta que pariu, véi. Vai tomar no cu. Bom, não acabou, né? A gente ainda tem que matar a baleia. Eu não faço ideia de como a gente fode a baleia. Nossa senhora do céu. Bonito, bonito, bonito. Porra, esse boss tá bonito pra caralho. Fui eu? Ai, eu tô com um time muito merda! Bicho, eu tô com um time muito merda! Eu não posso escolher meu time, não? Filho, bate nele então, caralho. Porque eu não tenho poder nenhum aqui. Mano, eu só tô com um bicho merda. Puta que pariu. Como é que eu ia saber que eu ia enfrentar a baleia no meio de um... Hã? Vai, Furina, faz alguma coisa! O que eu faço? O que eu faço? O que eu faço? Filha, não é tão fácil estimular a hostilidade dos outros, sendo que nem eu sei o que é pra fazer. Não! Não, 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 não. Ah, isso era pra acontecer. Travou o PC! Ah! vai tomar no cu, deixa eu respirar. Não, oh, meu Deus, eu fiz isso pro personagem errado, né? Eu falei respirar pro personagem errado. Como é que eu faço isso? Onde tá a raiz dessa merda? Ah, foda-se, vai. Amigo, você pode me falar onde está a raiz desta bosta? Ah, pelo menos é qualquer um, né? É qualquer uma das... Ai, você não desviou do meu ataque carregado. É muito efeito na tela! Faz eu rir, não. Pera, porra, mas eu não sei, eu tô desesperada. Ah, foi, matou. Mata ele, arregaça ele, faz purê. Óbvio que o bicho tem que evoluir, óbvio. Ué? Ah, tá. Essa aí é a mestre do Shield, tá? Eu sei quem é. Porra! Por que tu arremessou o moleque, cara?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Peraí, quê?
Actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Peraí, você vai punir o... Ah, ok, foda-se. Discípulo?
Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Que tipo de gente ia ter uma baleia devoradora como animal de estimação?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Surtalogi.
Surtalogi. Surta logo. Por que não botou logo? Surta logo. O nome do chefe dele é Surta logo. Mestre Surta logo. Foda-se, vai ser Surta logo agora. Porque eu tô surtando agora. Então, tipo, vai ser Surta logo. Acabou, foda-se. Entendeu? É isso. Quem? Foda-se, entendeu? Vai. É porque ele surtou agora. Não tem problema não.
So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
É simples. Tipo assim, Eu chorei pra caralho e agora eu só, tipo, foda-se, eu não quero mais raciocinar, entendeu? Eu chorei pra caralho, aí depois me jogaram pra dentro da boca de uma baleia, a baleia me engoliu, depois veio um cara, tipo, um cara cósmico que, tipo assim, podia ser meu primo, Olha a minha aparência, olha dele, podia ser meu primo, mas não era, entendeu? Aí do nada a gente vai acabar com a porcaria da baleia, a baleia faz o quê? A baleia simplesmente ela se engole num vácuo de merda, vira uma bolinha, aí chega esta bosta com o shield no pé dela, joga a bola, que era a baleia, no vácuo, aí depois ela joga o shield desmaiado no vácuo, e agora tá falando que o chefe dela surta logo, tipo, foda-se, vai. Não, eu só desisti. Só, vai. Ok, Mihoyo, tá, beleza, tranquilo. Você já me fudeu emocionalmente hoje o suficiente. Só taca pra mim o que você quer tacar, entendeu? Foda-se, vai, taca. Eu vou até botar no automático, taca. Vai, fala.
Nothing. Well, how about the visionary? Vetterfulnir, then?
Beleza, o surta logo ainda tem, tipo, 300 nomes. Vai se fuder.
So you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
É tudo bruxa nessa merda, beleza.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Ah, vai se fuder! Não há com que ficar surpresa, Paimon. Peraí, cadê minha seta? Ah, tá aqui. É natural a profecia se realizar. Nós sabemos disso e nós aceitamos isso. Entretanto...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Resumindo, todo mundo tá naquele navio grandão. Ué, não? Ah, tá, mas agora não tem mais mar primordial, né? Putz, gente, é muita gente. Parabéns, as pessoas estão sendo resgatadas ainda. Você vai jogar uma tsunami em cima delas.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
E lá vai o Freminé.
Look, the water's receding.
It didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
$500 anos. Furina, você conseguiu. A profecia tinha que acontecer, mas não precisava se concretizar. Essa era a diferença. A roupa nem molha na água. Porra, aí tu me quebrou. Fala, Rica, tudo bom? Como é que você tá? A conta d'água no fim do mês. Pera aí, gente. Surta logo. A moça transformou a baleia num primo da Esther. Exatamente. Ai, essa Shirk tem uma voz do meu amigo. Que isso? Vou até jogar pela trama agora. Prepara para fortes emoções e também raivas. Quem são os capangas dele? O Coringa, Lloyd e o Depression. Ai, gente, só vocês para me fazerem rir agora. Esther, se você tivesse que escolher entre salvar o Traveler Eater ou a Paimon, quem você salvaria? O Traveler Eater. A Paimon, tipo, a Paimon é legal, mas o que... Peraí, que isso? Com quem você tá aprendendo essa linguagem? Oi, Rica. Rica já chegou no surto, né? Eu não sei nem que horas o Rica chegou, porque eu tava tão surtada. Live de fortes emoções. Mas é isso, Esther, você tá brava? Tô brava. O morador de Fontaine não sabe nadar, se lascou. Aí complica. Cumprimento. Muito futurista, a roupa desse povo nem molha. Sabe qual é o cantor favorito desses caras? O Freminen. Ai, que susto. Nossa, deu uma piscada, voltou a ficar preto. Jogo, né, gente? Quero nem ver a conta d'água no fim do mês. Tô bem, bebê. E você? Ah! Tá cortando ou sou só eu? Tá bem também. Fortes emoções agora. Mandei tipo metade da Mihoyo a merda, mas tá bem.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Eles podem ter sido bem importantes desde o início. A gente só não conheceu eles ainda.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Os artigos me deixaram mesmo curiosa sobre o futuro.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Ela é igual a Mel. Ela quer ver o Duque dela. A Paimon tá viva ainda, tá aí, viva ainda. Ah, foi... olha, Plutão nem é considerado planeta, então tá tudo bem ele ter parado no meu nariz, vai. Fontaine foi inundada porque Esther chorou. Gente, vai cagar.
will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Vai me levar direto pra lá? Ah, acabou! Final, vá pra Poisson. Não, não acabou não. Vamos lá pra Poisson. Você me deve uma vida de terapia. Porra, uma só. Me deve muitas vidas de terapia. Que isso? Ô, Rica, qual foi, velho? Você acabou de me lembrar daquele episódio de Doctor Who que o robô abria, tipo... Assim... Tô me tremendo toda aqui. Não, chega, para. Qual foi? Vou tacar spray em vocês igual o gato quando faz malcriação, ó. Quando acabar o negócio, vai acabar a live, tá? Só pra te dizer. Cara, isso aqui tudo... O tempo inteiro desta live foi pra, tipo... Foi só pra essa missão. Eu literalmente abri a live só pra missão. Quantas horas tem? A gente tá desde 4 horas aqui. Tem quase 4 horas de live. Ih, eu vou encontrar eu mesma. Vai lá. Tutorial de spray, é isso aí. Vai no automático aí, vai.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Fofoca.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
Ai, gente, desculpa, eu quero saber da Furina.
It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorian?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
Implicante do caralho.
Considering the reconstruction of Poisson.
Poisson.
The has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel. About what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
Mano, a Charlotte jogou assim na cara mesmo. Tipo assim, se você não quer fazer entrevista por mim, faz pela Navia, sabe? Aquela chantagem emocional, filho da puta. É isso mesmo? É isso mesmo? E sair navegando daí, navegando daí. Ok, justo.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Charlotte tira fotos de Poisson ao som do obturador e blá 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 blá.
That should do it. I'll be back here
Açaí navegador.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview.
Peraí, eles roubaram a nossa frase. Essa frase não é francesa não, hein? Essa frase é sobre BR. Que porra é essa? Acho linda a homenagem às chaves dos personagens Clorindigo. Clotilde. Esse pessoal não tem time, impressionante. Mano, você já sabia?
You're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
É, ela tem a rede de contatos dela, né?
Very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Meu Deus, vai lá, fofoqueira.
Now, and tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Vai lá, senhora da fofoca. Nadia.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
Meu Deus, ele deu um chá de pica pra ela. Fala, Vini, tudo bom? Meu Deus do céu, velho. Ele deu chá de... Ok.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Meu Deus, chat.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezovich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate if you have.
Agora que eu tô lendo o chat. Eu cortei todo o clima. Ai, desculpa. Eu não aguentei. Tá, chega. Chega, acabou. Chega, acabou. Hein? Ai, sabe, os biscoitos da Zib são ótimos. Vamos trocar de assunto no chá aí. Os biscoitos da Zib são ótimos, gente. Ela ensina em live. Ensina em live aí, os Zib, os biscoitos. Que isso, Açaí? Eu tô chorando de rir. Para, porra. Tá, para. Chega, acabou. Acabou, porra. Ai. Chega, não tem graça, porra. Acabou. Tá, acabou. Pronto. Eu vou parar de ler vocês pra poder me concentrar.
Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
Porra, Nívia, tomou... Tá, ok, ela quer outro chá agora.
It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it...
Ela quer outro chá agora, beleza. Deixar as meninas em paz aqui. Vamos lá, vamos... Ué. Ah, na Fortaleza? Ah, eu não quero voltar pra Fortaleza, não. Final nada. Não é nunca o final desta bosta. Nunca o final desta caralha, que saco. O futuro não é pica, mas é chato. aqui é o surta logo, né? Oh, porra. Ai, é isso, gente. Depois dessa, peraí, deixa eu pegar meu leque aqui rapidinho, um instante. Pronto, depois dessa eu vou até dar uma banada por conta do chá. Ai, eu chorei. Nossa, eu chorei de maneiras diferentes agora. Porra, mas tem que ser esse rockzão, mané. Histericamente. Ai, o meu nome não ajuda, véi. Qual foi? Meu nome não ajuda, mané. Qual foi? As roupas estão secas, exatamente. Ai, gente, vocês são terríveis. Tá que pariu. Eu vou tomar chá nenhum, não. Vou comer vocês, eu, hein? Aí, ó. Cadê a Miau? Cadê a Miau? O marido dela chegou aqui pra dar o chá pra ela. Cadê a Miau? Ai, Deus.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank
Ela gosta.
will be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Eu nem prestei atenção no diálogo. Ah, tá tirando foto. Ah, tá, pra dar créditos.
No need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still,
Depois de tudo, a gente tem a conclusão, né? Essa missão nunca vai acabar. A gente nunca vai sair de Fontaine, é isso.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Ela sabe mesmo como espremer até a última gota da oportunidade, né?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Couple.
Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I
Não, Sigwine, cai fora.
Ah, Sigewin.
Sai fora, Sigwine. Ninguém quer você.
Miss Charlotte, why don't you,
Peraí, o que vocês estão falando? Cheiro de... Que isso? Que isso? Esther, estou comprometido. Para com isso que eu sou casado. Que isso, gente? Eu só falei que... Gente, que isso? Gente, não, eu não falei isso, não. Eu não falei que eu... Ai, eu também não me ajudo. Vai pra puta que pariu, velho. Nossa, eu não me ajudo nem um pouco. Ai, mano. Ai, não. Só tem 4 horas essa live. Cai fora. Vai 24 horas, não.
Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewin, over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Gosto muito de vocês, mas, porra, 24 horas de live é osso. Vocês vão me ver dormindo.
Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Oi, filho, cadê?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
Você caminha com o Waitrose por um tempo para compartilhar as boas notícias.
Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Vai, ué, sempre tem.
Write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
Sempre tem uma oportunidade de ganhar dinheiro.
Last stop, the docks.
Essa buraca é muito ousada. Que isso, gente? Silêncio, Stead está praticando o Oblivion com o buraco. Que isso, gente? Que isso, porra? Olha para um lado bom, agora só faltam 20 horas. Rapaz, se eu fizer mais de 1 hora de live, alguém nesse chat vai Que isso? Gente, nossa. Então eu vou encerrar a live agora. Tchau, gente. Beijo. Vamos trocar a tela aqui. Muito obrigada a todo mundo que assistiu.
Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lurvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Ok. Parabéns, Ibis. Como assim? Por que as Ibis tem que estar tomando parabéns do fucking nada? Ué? Ah, os Fatui? Beleza, vamos pra casa da lareira, então. Meu Deus, essa missão não acaba. Caraca, 4 horas de missão pra parte final da missão. Qual é o sentido disso, afinal? A Esther é pura maldade. Essa aí eu não peguei o ritmo, não. Essa aí eu não lembrei qual era a musiquinha, não. Eu só queria saber se a Furina tá bem. Pois é! Eu tô indo até o final por isso. Eu tô indo até o final disso por isso, que eu só quero saber da Furina. O resto foi salvo, que legal, mas, pô... Gente, gosto dos personagens de Fontaine, mas eu quero que vocês se lasquem também. Caralho, que barulho alto. O ASMR de cachoeira aí pra vocês. Tá alto pra caralho. Sol em breve. Ai, para com essa porra.
Navia mentioned mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Não, nem vem.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by I'll make some more friends?
Isso aí não é amizade, isso é bullying.
Pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Foi ele que propôs fazer isso. Parece que ia ser bom pra ele. Caraca, Rica, peraí. Joga Paimon no mar só pra ver se tem tubarão, caralho. Meu Deus do céu. Essa família é muito unida e também muito oriçada. O nome dos seus filhos são uma linha tênue entre normal e os nomes dos filhos do Alomorte. Não, pelo amor de Deus. Eu sei que o gosto das Ibis é um pouquinho duvidável. Tipo assim, não, muito duvidável. Tipo, muito duvidoso, no caso. É o meu português que é duvidável. Mas, tipo assim, hold up, pera aí. Eu acho que, tipo, ficar no naipe dos filhos do Elon Musk é um pouco demais a parte, tipo, a parte do bullying internalizada na própria família, sabe? Pera aí.
I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
Oh, meu Deus, Linnei vai dar em cima da Traveler. Eu nem joguei a missão da história do Linnei. Nenhuma missão de, tipo, de história dos personagens solo própria, de Fontaine eu joguei ainda. Resumo, eu estou ferrada. Bom, enfim. Vocês são loucos! Loucos! Quem precisa de inimigos quando se tem a Esther? Que isso? Eu não humilhei ninguém, cara. Eu só constatei fatos. Nossa, eu dei uma de furina agora, né?
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Ai, cara, vai se ferrar, Neuvillette. Neuvillette, isso... Esse poder era pra ter ficado com você. Se bem que a Gnosis eu acho que não é muito bem Esther, dublador da Furina oficial.
Yes.
Por que do nada isso?
At first myself, but when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Depois da conversa que a gente viu, realmente.
So there's some only Nervalet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Bom, agora eu acho que eu posso dizer que ele é um companheiro de guerra.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Que porra de voz é essa? Ah, tá, da serva.
Father.
Ai, é muito estranho ouvir vocês chamando ela de pai, velho. Desconstrução, Esther, desconstrução. Você tá construindo e reconstruindo essa forma o tempo todo. Desconstrói isso. Ele nem tem uma história dele enfrentando seu maior inimigo, Agostinho. Mano, saiu cada absurdo hoje. Como assim? Olha só, nada dessa live foi absurda, tá? Não o suficiente ainda.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Cara, parando pra pensar, tipo, Natlan é a última nação em que a gente vai ter o perigo de perder a Gnosis. Porque, tipo, depois, os Fatuis estão ficando com todas as Gnoses, então pra quê? A gente vai perder tempo com a Gnose de fogo, sabe? A não ser que, sei lá, é Murata o nome que o pessoal tá espalhando? A não ser que a Murata, tipo, exploda Gnoses na própria cara e chame Celeste pra si, sabe? Mas não foi... Cara, essa live foi super tranquila. Essa live foi super tranquila. Verdade, pode chamar de Mommy, que isso? Que isso? Agora, a gente mudava a emoção a cada 5 segundos, exatamente. Mas uma live assim é que é gostosa, gente. Para! Vocês querem o quê? Que eu vire o mestre da mestre do Child? A surta logo? É isso que vocês querem que eu vire? Que se vocês quiserem, a gente surta logo aqui, não tem problema não.
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Na verdade, eu acabei de lembrar de algo. Por favor, me ajude. Ajude a gente a entregar isso. A visão.
All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Já estão aqui perguntando se eu morrer.
I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
Cara, tava um discurso mó bonitinho, mó fofinho. Eu olho pro lado, queria dizer nada não, mas tipo, deu uma vontade de virar madrasta do Linei. Que porra foi essa, Matheus? Fazer live que é gostosinho, robôs, que isso? A gente mudava de emoção a cada 5 segundos, tá? Ok, meu Deus.
Alright then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Meu Deus, eu tô... Meu Deus, eu tô... Isso vai acabar? Isso vai acabar? Bora. Eu não sei mais quando é que vai acabar as coisas. Nossa, a gente ainda vai ter que percorrer isso tudo pra conseguir chegar ali. Como um pai desses, eu virava um cigarro pra ser fumado. Que isso? Genshin dá umas vontades estranhas mesmo. Eu tenho umas vontades estranhas de desafiar a Shogun pro X1 também. Tomar um raio da Lisa, deixar a nave... Que isso? A nave me jogar na água espiritual dela. Que isso, gente? Ah, é verdade. Desculpa. Sumimasen. Yametete kudasai. Tá cheio. Ah, vamos voandinha, né? Parece One Piece, nunca vai acabar, exatamente. Não, gente, confia em mim, vai acabar. Só falta a parte das perguntas. Ah, eu ia chegar voandinho. Minha wifi é bilíngue. Não, nada disso. Nada disso, Sahir.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Newbilete suspira levemente antes de contar a verdade em relação ao que viu naquele dia. Focalors enganou os princípios celestiais e usou a performance infinita de Furina para salvar Fontaine. Eu só vi a parte da Furina.
The divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Pode-se dizer que foi naquele momento que as pessoas de Fontaine realmente nasceram.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask
Cadê a
away.
Furina?
I'll tell you the truth as I know it.
Ai, eu quero ver a Furina! Sobre o veredito inicial proferido ao
I
Shield.
have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Fossilor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual.
Caralho!
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any
Agora eles vão tomar chá de... Fiquei quieta, fiquei
I
quieta.
will tell you the truth as I know it.
Sobre o futuro de Fontaine, assim...
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Fossilor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Fossilor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Fossilor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
A gnose de Fontaine, assim... depois dessa live pecaminosa, senti até o calor aqui. Vamos tomar um suquinho de laranja pra relaxar, exatamente. Então é por isso que chamam o bully de relaxar. Eu vou só, tipo, botar aqui pra ele falar, tá bom? Vou me abster. Ó. Nossa, tá quente, né, galera? Sabe que aquele fogo aqui atrás, ó? Esse fogo aqui, mesmo na nação da água, é o fogo de você.
The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis' power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now. And avoid conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Ok. Agora vamos falar sobre fogo, a próxima nação que virá. A próxima nação e última antes das coisas realmente acontecerem em Snezhnaya. Nem o Leque vai ajudar a tirar o fogo do rabo. Os criadores de chá de peca vêm a lavareda. Eu não, ali vocês é que são. Meu fogo é só na cabeça.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
Por favor.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Ok, não tenho mais perguntas. E é isso, gente.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a question about the Gnosis.
Eita, do nada.
We spoke to Lenny earlier. He mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are
Eu cliquei pra ir embora, não cliquei?
So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after
Ah,
sending
tá.
you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Ih, a gente vai voltar. Ah, ok, realmente, eu não peguei isso, tá? Ok, que susto. O jogo deu, né? Deu ênfase no fogo do si de vocês. Foi mal, tá calor aqui, eu, foi mal. Eita, gente, é. O meu chat é muito elementar, meu caro. A gente sempre fala de, tipo assim... A gente falou na live, quando a gente tava falando de Avatar, qual seria o elemento de vocês e tal, qual seria a dobra de que vocês gostariam de ter. Mas agora, tipo assim, no mundo de Genshin Impact, qual visão vocês gostariam de ter?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Que isso?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
What?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
Peraí. Peraí. As nozes não são os poderes dos dragões dos dragões primordiais, tipo, concentrados no... As nozes são os... Eita caralho. Mano, então quer dizer que pra qualquer... Caralho, tá, peraí. Deixa eu ver se eu entendi. Se eu tiver entendido errado, vocês me falem, mas, tipo, até onde eu entendi... Puta que pariu. Tá. Quer dizer, então, que, tipo, o nosso irmão pode ter fugido de ter virado uma nozes, ou, tipo assim, pra todos os 3 descidos antes da gente, que são, tipo, nós somos os 4º ou 5º descidos e papapá, todos os 3 descidos antes da gente foram sacrificados para poder que, tipo, o mundo tivesse uma nova organização. É isso que eu entendi. Porque esse jogo fala por código do caralho, entendeu? Ok, buguei. Forte emoção de novo, tá? Tô bugada. Depois eu vou pensar nisso.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Resumindo, de toda forma, fudeu, né? De toda e qualquer forma, ferrou. Tu acha que alguém aqui ainda tava prestando atenção no plot? Estamos numa espiral de loucura já. Oh, puta que pariu. É porque a Shirk tem muita trama e fica difícil de entender tudo de uma vez só. Então, a Shirk teoricamente é de outro jogo, não é? Não é do Genshin em si. Ela veio como mestre do Shield, mas tipo assim, ela não é... Você sabia que Shirk, ao contrário, fica Kirks? Sabe o que isso quer dizer? Isso mesmo, nada, filha da mãe. Me fez ficar investida pra porra nenhuma.
Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it. Leave it to the Fatui.
Acabei de ter um brainstorm do caralho. Não sei se eu tô certa, posso estar chutando longe pra caralho. Mas e se o amigo, o Vente já sabe disso e o Zongli já sabe disso também. E os restos mortais do Decido que fazem a gnose de Ventus é aquele amigo que o Vente tomou forma e é por isso que ele foi o único arconde que não quis, como é que fala? Que não quis entregar a gnose. Todos os outros cagaram pra isso, mas o Vente foi o único que não quis entregar a gnose dele. Pode ser porque... ah, porra! Vocês tomaram susto! Desculpa, gente, desculpa, eu me empolguei aqui agora. Mas já pensou? Porque o Vente, ele tem muita afinidade com a aparência dele. E ele tinha muita afinidade com aquele amigo dele que até agora nunca foi revelado a porra do nome. Ele é o único personagem que não foi revelado o nome até agora. É o amigo do Vente. A gente só conhece como amigo do Vente. E se esse amigo do Vente foi um Decido, cara? Porque ele, tipo assim, tocou músicas e corações em Mondstadt pra blá, 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 e fez com que a guerra realmente começasse, papapá. Cara... Pode ser viagem minha? Foda-se, mas eu vou acreditar nesse sonho. Por isso que o Vente foi o único que não queria deixar a gnose pra trás, entendeu? 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 É isso. Obrigado, Fontaine. Serviu pra alguma coisa.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Um Decido. Ela mencionou um antes. Eu sou a quarta Decida. Pra mim, essa informação significa duas coisas. Uma, que as gnoses são relacionadas aos Decidos. Dois, que quem veio antes de mim já morreu.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Não se preocupa, eu não vou morrer tão fácil.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Você consegue entender a vontade dos deuses?
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops.
Tem os decididos e os indecididos. E os indecisos. Ai, meu Deus, existe subidos também? Até aí, não. Música do L. Esther diante de um quadro cheio de anotações. Sim, eu tenho uma... Não, peraí, pra ficar mais condizente, deixa eu botar a mão onde tem os post-its. Eu tenho uma teoria. Era porque as moças viravam... Meu Deus. Ô, Matheus, tá meio descida essa ideia aí, hein? A Esther é uma descida aqui no planeta Terra. Meu Deus do céu, ok.
Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Máscara da culpa, a ser continuado. Detesto isso que eles botam de a ser continuado. Fala menor.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
É, não tem mais nada pra falar com Monsieur Neuvillette. Ai, neném, eu queria saber onde ela tá, velho. A gente só vai ter o dela no... Ai. Ai, que delícia. Que demais. Ai, que delícia. É isso. Opa. Olha só a quantidade de missão que eu tenho pra fazer. Agora a gente pode destravar da Furina. Pequena Oceanide. Só quero destravar. Peraí. Não. Da Furina? Ah, a Furina tem imagem diferente. Ah, ela é Arconde, né? Ele também tem imagem diferente, mesmo que seja só as mãos. Mano, eu não fiz nem a da Deia ainda. Tenho muita missão pra fazer, caralho. Ai. Bom, gente, essa missão serviu pra constatar uma coisa, né? Essa missão serviu pra constatar uma coisinha aqui só. Eu não mudei o avatar durante 4 nações. 4. Mas temos mais uma queridinha. Temos mais uma queridinha aqui, entendeu? Temos mais uma queridinha no meu coração. Agora ela e Vente estão sentadinhos lá, um tomando cachaça e o outro comendo bolo. E estão se divertindo pra cacete. Entendeu? 2 fofíssimos, queridíssimos nenenzinhos da tia Esther estão sentados juntinhos. Um do ladinho do outro. E é isso. Meu coração agora tem uma duplinha de personagens. Meu coração tem uma duplinha de personagens. É isso. Furina, bem-vinda. Pode habitar no meu coração. Fique à vontade. Você não vai pagar aluguel, já que você não tem nem emprego. Sabia que era o seu bebê também. Não, ela não tá tomando chá de pica, não. Deixa a Furina em paz, deixa ela... Bom, vai que ela quer, né? Vai que ela quer. Vai que ela quer. Mas depois de muito tempo, mudei. E é isso. É isso, gente. É isso. Meu coração agora tem outro baixinho de cabelo curto pra cuidar dele. É isso. Já não aguento mais olhar esse jogo. 4 horas nesse jogo. Deixa eu sair desse jogo. Rica. Sabe o que significa? Nada. Vocês estão fazendo piada repetida hoje, hein? Meu Deus do céu. É sobre isso, gente. Quase 5 horas de fucking live. Meu Deus do fucking céu. Ok. É isso. Amanhã espero ter voz pra falar com vocês. Principalmente pra cantar com vocês. Não esperem que a não ser que a gente se empolgue muito, mas não esperem que a live de amanhã seja desse tamanho não, viu? Já ainda faltam 5 horas de live não, Adriano. Não esperem que amanhã a live seja tão comprida quanto hoje, tá? Amanhã vai ser 2 horas estouradaço, assim, de live. E é isso. Boa noite. Fiquei das 4 horas até agora com vocês. Espero que vocês tenham se divertido. Fizemos muitas coisas malucas. Muitas coisas loucas. Amanhã eu nem sei se eu vou conseguir fazer todas as músicas que eu quero, porque eu não achei karaokê da maior parte delas. Então, tipo assim, vai ser abaixar a música bem pouquinho e cantar. E é isso. Mas é isso, meus bebês, meus corações, minhas vidas. Ah, relaxa. 2 mais 2 igual a 6 horas, é exatamente isso. Gardenal todo mundo hoje à noite, hein? Que isso? Mas é isso, já estou até um cadinho cansadita. Muito obrigada a todo mundo que participou aqui comigo. É isso. Valeu, falou. Espero que vocês tenham se divertido apesar do choro que nós tivemos. E é isso. Beijos do seu buraquinho favorito e falou! Fui! Boa noite! Depois disso eu tenho até que me hidratar de novo, né? Porque, nossa senhora. Se hidratem, crianças! Música